Yeah. 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 you. 那个开了吗？哎 ，Hello，大家好，非常高兴大家可以过来，现在非常早，然后今天是 WDMS 的最后一天。那今天上午呢，我们会着重去讲 POW 的发展，请了非常多知名的项目方。然后下午呢，我们会讨论一下多样化的挖矿解决方案。那我们话不多说，先有请我们的第一位嘉宾，Rena Chicas， 她是 all the way from El Salvador， 然后她将会讲一讲比特币教育在 El Salvador 是怎么发展的。Welcome, Rena.
Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness, I'm I'm a little bit nervous. I thought I wasn't. So my name is Reina Chicas, and I am the Secretary of Board of Directors and also a Bitcoin educator with the organization of My First Bitcoin in El Salvador. If you haven't heard from it, El Salvador is the first country to adopt Bitcoin as a legal currency. We've traveled quite literally about 3 days, 30-hour flight to make it here. So I'm really excited, and thank you all for coming, and thank you so much to Bitmain for inviting us and having us here. And just to give you a little bit of context, my first Bitcoin we started in September 2021, right after the law went into effect. And in that month, maybe 5 or 8 people showed up for a class. By November, there were already 250 people. And basically, our mission is to accelerate Bitcoin education and human freedom in the entire planet. That's why we're here. That's what we want to show you and tell you why we believe in what we do, why it's important, how we do it. And our 10-week program is now implemented worldwide, and it's basically a deep dive into the Bitcoin history, its technology, and what is the global impact that it's going to have. And so this is a 10-week open source program. We have it already in 4 different languages in our GitHub. Currently, we have English, Spanish, German, Korean, and we have also currently developing one in Portuguese from Brazil, and Swahili, which is a language in Kenya. And the first 3 weeks are basically about the monetary system, what the currently world that we live in right now. And we talk about the history and evolution of money. We talk what money is and it is not, why money is centralized, what are some of the consequences of this money centralization, and how we believe and we want to teach comprehensive Bitcoin education so it can be a potential solution for a lot of problems that we have right now. And that includes also mining. We talk a little bit of everything, right? Like we talk about how to sell and move your Bitcoin, how to self-custody, and then we talk how new Bitcoins are created. So this is where we talk about mining. And a lot of this is interactive. We try to make our classes with activities. For example, for inflation, we try to explain inflation and the creation of money, and we make an auction with the students. We simulate the printing of more money. And then also, and these are a variety of ages. Like it goes from a kid I was able to teach in Guatemala the last few months to a school that it was 10, 11 years old. And in some communities in El Salvador, there is people that is interested, so they're also 70 years old. So at all ages, we try to make it accessible for everybody. And the first weeks, like I said, it includes the evolution of money. And after this is, like I said, open source. You can go and find it on our website. We believe that education is going to be one of the most important and foundational pieces to make sure that adoption in El Salvador is a success. And we want to make sure that it's a success because El Salvador at the end of the day is going to be an example. For better or for worse, it's going to be an example, and we want to make it for the better. We want to make sure that everything we do is open source as well, so everybody can access. We have currently Light Node network, if we want to call it that way, with over 24 countries involved. Because I'm saying, right, that you can go to our website and download it. But with this network of nodes, what happens is we give them more training. Like they can connect with our teacher, with Dalia Platt, who is the developer of the diploma. Let me show you very quickly, just so you can have an idea. This is our book, but you can also download it. This is our book, it's a 10-week. And it's basically 10 sessions. We would say that it's 10 sessions because there are some intensive schools that they implemented it in 2 weeks. So they just have more sessions. And El Salvador has been the first country to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender. We want to make sure that we set example for other countries to follow, because if we do a good job, we believe that it's going to push timelines in other countries and cities so they can follow as well. Our commitment to open source education ensures that all our materials are high quality and they're also freely available to anybody that wants to access to it, and ensures also collaboration and the democratization of Bitcoin knowledge. And through our monthly meetups, we run a meetup mostly in El Salvador, where probably between 100 and 200 people every Thursday, last Thursday of the month, meet up. So they have been teaching, we teach them how to send and receive Bitcoin. We get discounts in the shops that we visit, or the coffee shops that we visit, or the restaurants that we go. So Salvadorians can also that's normally the first time that they use Bitcoin. And we engage and educate at this point hundreds and over 25,000 people. This is including students at schools, and people in communities have been taught with our workshops. With the generous support of the Bitcoin community, donors, sponsors, we've been able to reach now from the heart of El Salvador to other communities in South Africa, Portugal, now Asia, and beyond. This so far has been only by the generosity of sponsors and donors in El Salvador. We have recently signed an MOU with the Ministry of Education in El Salvador, where our team, along with the project Bitcoin Beach, which was the first circular economy, Bitcoin circular economy in the world, did teach 150 teachers from the public school system in El Salvador, so they will be able to teach more students in their own classroom. And we have no intention of slowing down. We believe that Bitcoin education is, and it has to be, impartial and community-led, because everybody is different. Like, we all have our own contexts, and the future for us is even brighter. We will continue to teach more students in more places, but most importantly, we believe that we want to inspire others to do it. We want to inspire more people that it is possible to do it in their own communities, and basically, help with more comprehensive. At the beginning, a lot of people think that Bitcoin is very complicated. When we teach about, in the diplomado, about mining and everything, we teach about on-chain transactions and Lightning transactions, because Lightning in El Salvador is the one that we use the most. You can go to Starbucks, McDonald's, the supermarket, and you will be able to pay with Bitcoin, but it's normally Lightning. And people are surprised when it's the first time that they send it, and it is really, really easy. And also to show people that Bitcoin can change their lives. It has quite literally changed my life. I was one of these people that when the law, I heard the rumors, it wasn't even approved, that it was gonna be Bitcoin legal tender. I didn't even like it. I was like, how these guys, want to make Bitcoin. We don't even have a good internet infrastructure, and Bitcoin works with internet. And I can see the difference on communities now. I'm not saying we are all millionaires now, but we definitely have better opportunities in life. El Salvador is way safer. I'm not saying that that's what Bitcoin fixes, but to me it's a little bit interesting because with Bitcoin you have to think ahead. We know that is, time preference. And now, last year I started volunteering with Mi Primer Bitcoin, just doing whatever I can. When you cannot donate money, you can donate your skills, your time, your resources. So that's what I did. And now I'm here. I'm here thanks to Bitmain as well. And our plan for the future also includes creating a board of advisors and having a group and a team that teaches more about mining. We want to expand, the knowledge that we have in our curriculum, but also to sustain more operations, to become more sustainable. At this point, we already have companies in El Salvador reaching out to us so we can teach their employees about Bitcoin, but definitely a little bit more focused on getting new businesses. A lot of companies are moving now to El Salvador to start operations, so they think ahead and they're like, okay, I'm going to be the one providing these new companies for services. So that's going to be another way also for us to sustain operations. Education is free. Like, for us, everybody that wants to learn in El Salvador from us is free. But for companies to teach them, then they're going to have to pay a little bit fee. And to share education also about mining, like I said, more operations, how mining can be good for the world, because it is. I think this is one of the topics with other Bitcoiners, let's say friends, that they believe mining is bad, but we can teach how mining is good for the world, and not only in El Salvador, but also replicated in the whole world. Thank you so much, and well, I have still 4 minutes. I don't know if anybody has any question. I will be gladly to accept. And if you have anything or you want to know a little bit more about what we do, how we do it, we're gonna be here all day, and thank you so much for coming and listening.
Great job. Thank you so much, Rena, for sharing. And next, 我们会邀请到一位热度非常高的 POW 币种的项目方王欣喜老师，他是莱特币的基金会的联合创始人，然后他即将会为我们讲述莱特币的前世今生以及未来的发展。欢迎欣喜老师。
Hello， 早上好。今天我要讲的是莱特币以往的6年和接下来的我们的发展计划。因为在座我看亚洲的面孔比较多，所以我接下来会说中文，但是我们的 slides 是用英文的，而且我们会有translator， 所以我觉得可能不是什么问题。英语的native speaker 可能也能理解我在说的内容。OK 首先我要介绍一下莱特币。请问在座的有多少人知道莱特币 ？How many people know about Litecoin? OK, great. 看起来几乎所有人都知道莱特币，那我就不用做过多的解释。但是我还是想强调一下，其实我不是莱特币的这个创始人，创始人是查理利，他的中文叫做李启威。然后李启威先生在2011年的时候创立了莱特币，现在大概我们的全球用户有1亿左右，然后我们现在市值大概是4.7个 billion。这个 slide 有点 out of date， 因为这个大概是2个月前准备的，当时是6个 billion， 现在大概4.7个 billion。然后因为价格最近稍微跌了一下。其实大家在这个挖矿，最近我们有减半嘛？减半之前我们大概价格有大概翻1倍，减半之后我们的这个价格稍微跌了一点点，现在还是有60多，市值还是有4.7个 billion。当然，莱特币是为数不多的这个 POW 币之一，第1名大家都知道是比特币，第2名的话。以前是莱特币，现在是狗狗币，因为 Elon Musk 的大力支持，所以狗狗币现在排第2，第3的话是莱特币，那第4的话是 ETC。等一下 Bob 会介绍 ETC 的情况。莱特币相比比特币的优势在于它的这个出块的速度大概是比特币的4倍。而且莱特币的这个费用，它大概是比特币的1/1000左右。如果是牛市的话，比特币的这个 transaction 费大概是10美金，但是莱特币的这个 transaction 费大部分时候维持在1分到3分钱左右，所以它的费用相比比特币来讲，它是远远低于比特币的。因为它的速度比较快，然后费用比较低，这2点导致了这个莱特币非常适合作为一个 payment 支付的一个数字货币。当然，相比XRP 来讲的话，因为XRP 的话，它的定位其实也是一种支付货币，但是因为它是非常中心化的，这导致了它会有一些可能来自于监管的或者是信息上的一些不足，所以相比 XRP 来讲的话，莱特币它是非常去中心化的，所以整个社区对莱特币的这个信心可能会更加的强一些。从这个图可以看到，莱特币的这个大部分时候的这个 transaction fee 大概是在1分钱到3分钱左右。这也导致了我们将莱特币这个 market 定位在这个 the cryptocurrency for payments。如果你去Litecoin.org 上面看的话，我们这个你可以看到我们的定位。 然后正因为我们这个定位，所以我们的现在，它是全球数一数二的这个支付数字货币。等一下我可以给你们看这个 Bitpay 上面的数据。OK， 介绍完莱特币，接下来我介绍一下 Litecoin Foundation。Litecoin Foundation 它是我跟 Charlie 在2017年的时候在新加坡成立的，它是一个 non-profit organization。Litecoin Foundation 虽然它也是一个公司，但是它其实没有股东的，这也是为什么它是一个 non-profit。我们的这个 mission 是 to advance Litecoin for the good of society by developing and promoting state-of-the-art blockchain technologies。这些是我们的这个成员，上面4位是我们的 board director，Charlie、Alan 还有我，然后还有 Zin。Alan 和 Charlie 大部分时间都是在美国，我大部分时间在新加坡，然后 Zin 大部分时间也在新加坡。中间呢是我们的 senior management， 我们有 Keith， 他是我们的 operations director，Jay 他是我们的 marketing director，David 我们的 director of strategic partnerships， 还有 Robbie 我们的 director of creative design。然后我们有3个 developer， 一个是 Lotion， 还有 David。Carrie 他在做这个 Light Wallet，Lotion 和 David 他主要是 Litecoin Core 的 main developers。OK， 那我们接下来回顾一下 Litecoin Foundation 在过去的6年大概做了什么。在2017年的时候，我们有 activate 这个 Segwit。Segwit 它对于 Litecoin 来讲是一个非常重要的一个技术，因为 Segwit 它其实实质上扩容了这个 Litecoin， 让 Litecoin 的这个 blockchain 大概可以容纳以往的2倍左右的 transactions。另外，因为 Segwit，Litecoin 才可以有这个闪电网络。正因为有闪电网络，所以 Litecoin 可能以后会成为一个 micro payment 一个通道。到2017年的时候，我跟 Charlie 一起创立了 Litecoin Foundation。然后我们融资了大概几个 million， 然后创建了整个 Litecoin 的团队。然后在2017年的时候，我们把 Litecoin 推到了全球前3的数字货币。当然 ，Charlie 也在这个2017年的时候卖出了他的所有的 Litecoin， 并且在推特上面发了推，说我自己把所有的 Litecoin 全部都卖掉了，然后引发市区的很多的这个质疑。你作为一个创始人，你都把你的 Litecoin 全部都卖掉，而且在最高点卖掉，那我们应该对你有信心吧？那当然，这个问题的答案是肯定的，因为其实 Charlie 没有在最高的点的时候把所有的 Litecoin 卖掉，他其实卖了好几次，它的平均价格可能在100到200美元，最高价格在400美元左右。而且他的卖这个 Litecoin 的，他的初衷是为了这个 conflicts of interest。Avoid conflicts of interest， 所以，我觉得社区不应该说质疑他的这个动机，而是说应该鼓励他这么做，这样导致 Litecoin 更加的这个regulation friendly。这也是为什么在之后的这个所有的这个监管，各个国家的监管，他们都会把 Litecoin 当做一个非常 regulation friendly 的一个 cryptocurrency。在加拿大的话，如果你去买 Litecoin 的话，这是没有annual limit。如果是你买其他的 coin 的话，它会有一个3万加币的这个 limit。在很多其他的国家也是如此，没有一个国家会把 Litecoin 当做一个 security token。正因为我们团队的做这些努力，所以它才会有像这样子的这个 regulation friendly。到2018年的时候，我们举行了第1届的这个 Litecoin Summit 在 San Francisco。然后2018年我们还举行了我们 sponsor 的这个 UFC。之后我们因为疫情的原因，然后各种活动有一些减慢，但是我们还是有一些活动，比如说2022年的时候，我们 launch 这个 Mimblewimble。Mimblewimble 它是一个基于这个 privacy technology 的一个技术，但其实它的定位不是 privacy， 因为 privacy 它是一个非常 controversial 的一个东西。我们的定位是为了 fungibility， 可互换性，因为每一个 Litecoin 它其实跟 每个 Litecoin 它都会有一些的 historical transactions， 那这些 transaction 可能会导致不同的 Litecoin 它们的互换性可能会有一些问题。那我们发明了这个 Mimblewimble， 它的目的就是为了解决这个 fungibility 问题。然后，基于我们的这个定位以及我们的宣传方式，即便说 Litecoin 现在可能会有人认为它是一个 privacy coin， 但其实监管机构也是认为，它其实没有带来更多的这个 money laundering 方面的风险。而且我们的这个 Mimblewimble 方面的这个 transaction， 它的数量可能占大概1%不到，所以监管机构目前对于 Litecoin 的看法还是非常的这个友好的。到2022年的时候，我们也跟那个安珀一起 launch 了 LTC Labs。比特大陆每一个月也会给 Litecoin Foundation 捐大概捐一些 USDT， 然后以支持 Litecoin Foundation 的这个发展。在此，我们就是衷心感谢比特大陆以及安珀的大力支持。今年的时候，我们也 launch 这个。我们正在准备 launch 这个 Litecoin Ecosystem Fund， 因为莱特币基金会它毕竟是一个非盈利组织，那它融资方面能力的话，比起盈利组织，它其实是有一些天然的缺陷的，所以我们想通过一些商业的形式去容纳更多的资金，以支持这个莱特币生态系统的发展。所以我们准备做一个基金，然后去支持这个社区的项目的发展。但今年夏天的时候，今年下一个月的时候，我们会有这个 Litecoin Cruise Birthday Cruise。如果你们有兴趣的话，可以加入这个 Cruise， 跟 Charlie 还有其他的基金会的成员一起出海，然后游玩。OK， 这是 LTC Labs 的情况。左边是我们的 Litecoin Foundation 的一些 members， 右边是安珀的一些 members， 这些都是 founding members。但现在可能有一些变化。大致还是这些成员。Litecoin mining， 因为在座各位大部分都是这个挖矿圈的，所以我大概介绍一下 Litecoin mining 以及他们跟 Bitcoin mining 的一些区别。相比之下，Litecoin mining 它现在主要是跟这个 Dogecoin 一起 merge mining， 然后因为 merge mining， 所以Litecoin 和 Dogecoin 它们的 security 都一起得到了提升。那为什么会有这个 merge mining 呢？是因为 Dogecoin 在2014年的时候，它其实有很严重的这个安全性问题。那当时为了这个拯救这个 Dogecoin， 所以 Charlie 他就提议说，把 Dogecoin 跟 Litecoin 一起，然后 mining， 这样的话 Dogecoin 它的 security 问题就能得到解决。然后之后 Litecoin， 我每次挖 Litecoin 的时候，你都会得到一些额外的 Dogecoin 作为一些 gift。但是因为现在 Dogecoin 它的这个 market cap 比 Litecoin 高，所以大家现在戏称现在是 mine Dogecoin，Litecoin 只是一个 gift。然后因为 Dogecoin 和 Litecoin 它现在是 merge mine， 所以它的这个在每一次减半的时候，它的这个 return 这个 curve 它会比较的平滑。就比如说今年这个Litecoin 减半的时候，因为 Dogecoin 没有减半，所以 Litecoin 减半之后的话，它其实收益是之前的3/4左右。然后 Dogecoin 同样的 Dogecoin 如果减半的时候，因为 Litecoin 没有减半，所以它的这个收益的话，大概也只是减1/4。这一点相比比特币的这个减半来讲的话，它就是对矿工来讲，它是更加的友好，因为它的收益曲线就平滑很多。当然大家都知道，明年的话，比特币挖矿会减半，然后呢，如果你的这个矿机的这个收益一下减半的话，其实对你们来说风险是挺大的。如果这时候你可以 diversify 一下，你可以allocate 一些 resource 到这个 Litecoin mining 的话，对你们来说也许是一个很好的一个风险规避的措施。那现在这个 Litecoin 呢，主要的 miner 是这个 Antminer L7。各位矿工可能对这个比较清楚，所以我就不再详细介绍。OK， 接下来我讲一下我们计划。首先 ，Litecoin 它正在成为这个 top payment cryptocurrency。 如果你去 bitpay.com 它是全球最大的这个 cryptocurrency 支付的网站，你会看到比特币是排第1的，然后莱特币其实是紧随比特币的，它是排第2的。然后 ETH、Dogecoin、USDC、BCH、Matic 这些都是排在 LTC 之后。对这个图你也可以看得到 ，Litecoin 在5月份之前、6月份之前，它其实也是排第2的，是紧随比特币的。但6月份的时候，它突然超越了比特币，成为全球第1的这个支付数字货币。那接下来我觉得这个趋势下去，因为莱特币它的这个 transaction fee 更低，速度比比特币更快，导致了它可能会成为这个全球第1的支付数字货币。Lite Wallet 这是我们这个官方的这个莱特币的钱包，它是一个 non-custodial wallet。它现在大概全球的用户有几十万用户，然后因为莱特币团队的努力，它的这个 rating 也是非常不错的，用起来也是非常方便。除此之外，我们也在做一个商业公司，叫 LTCPay.com。这是一个基于莱特币的一个 payment 公司，它现在在新加坡、加拿大还有瑞士都有支付牌照。然后我们的这个 mission 是 build a global payment network based on the Litecoin blockchain。主要的 focus 是在 B2B cross-border fiat payments。然后我们也可以做这个 crypto pay-in、pay-out。刚才我也提到了，我们正在做一个商业的这个基金，然后我们的这个主要 focus 是 Litecoin mining。Litecoin mining 因为它的 cash flow 非常好，所以我们可能会用这个基金去做一个上市公司，然后用这里面的钱去投资到这个整个 Litecoin 的这个社区的公司，以支持 Litecoin 社区的发展。对，如果你们有时间的话，你们也可以去参加我们这个 Litecoin Birthday Cruise。然后跟 Charlie 他们一起出海游玩。好的，我的这个 presentation 到此结束，谢谢。
Thank you. And next, we'll welcome our old friend Bob Somerville from ETC, and he will talk about how POW is the revolutionary invention of Satoshi Nakamoto. Welcome, Bob.
So hello, everyone. I'll just put my little timer on so I don't overrun. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Bob Samuel from the Ethereum Classic Cooperative. I've been working in the blockchain ecosystem since about 2015, first for the Ethereum Foundation and then more recently on ETC. So I'll talk a little about ETC today, but also about proof of work. So one of the first things that some witty person said on Twitter in response to seeing this title was, of course, Adam Back invented proof of work. But what this is really talking about is the broader use of proof of work within a larger consensus mechanism context. So the innovation really from Satoshi was bringing together a number of concepts which already existed, systems which already existed, into a new whole, and something really quite magic was created there. You know, hard money had been around for a long time, obviously, with the gold standard and other forms there. Many peer-to-peer networks, systems like BitTorrent, for example, being very successful just prior to Bitcoin being created. Ledgers of many forms, obviously been around for a good amount of time, and trust minimization in various forms, but none of these things had ever come together in this way to build digital currency which was truly decentralized. All prior efforts really had some single points of failure. So yeah, what really hadn't existed until this point was a secure consensus mechanism which was really, truly objective. So I mean, don't want to say things that people already know, but just to quickly go through the essence of a proof of work system, which is creation of each new block. You have hashing of that block, and you are trying to find answers within a certain area. I've got this analogy here of a board that you're firing at, and trying to get that bullseye. And the difficulty really is analogous to how small or large that bullseye would be. In general, you have transactions being sent to the network, miners batching those together to build valid blocks, and then the nodes that other people are running validating that those are indeed valid, and they become canonical, and miners are rewarded for that. You have this unsplittable piece where you need to have a form of currency to reward the miners, and then the miners are rewarded by the currency. You have this virtuous cycle there. So, various benefits that you have from proof of work there. And the main piece really is that you have a completely objective answer as to what is the canonical chain, which is really just like what is the chain with the maximal amount of proof of work, the heaviest chain. That is the answer. You have this focal point. So what that's talking about is that any miners, any participants in the network, they can go away and they can come back, and they don't have to know what's happened while they're away. They've got no dependency on checking with some other node or anything. I mean, it's literally the longest proof of work chain. That is always the truth. And that is something which is really very unique in terms of removing any dependency on a third party. It's just a mathematical truth. And really what you get from an immutable ledger like this is fundamental pieces which support other forms of human freedom. Throughout history, where you have governments, corporations, any nefarious folk at all that have control over what you can and cannot have in terms of money or in terms of those interactions. This is completely borderless and uniform. So it enables a lot of these other forms of freedom in a way which is neutral of your location or circumstance or any other of those human characteristics. Just to briefly talk about Ethereum Classic for people who don't really know anything about Ethereum Classic, it's often been expressed as Ethereum technology with Bitcoin philosophy. So Ethereum Classic is very, very similar culturally to Bitcoin, with a strong, conservative, immutability, non-interventionist philosophy. So here, Nakamoto is talking about the work that he did prior to launch of Bitcoin in terms of more complicated types of transactions. You know, that Bitcoin, while it's essentially value transfer with a limited range of scripting functionality, that was never the long-term intention. And really, that is how Ethereum and Ethereum Classic came about, was wanting, what you had with Bitcoin and wanting more. So yeah, I mean, our thesis is that there's going to be a small number of proof of work L1 chains in the future. You see this network effect in many markets where a small number of offerings take the majority of the market. So, showing here, for example, operating system. So both on mobile and desktop, you have a very rapid drop-off with two main sort of winners. So we see this kind of thing happening as well in the blockchain ecosystem. These numbers obviously plucked from thin air, but this kind of layering is what we see as likely, with Bitcoin obviously dominating, Ethereum Classic bringing smart contracts into that, Litecoin and Monero having high value as well. But we really see proof of stake systems as better suited as layer twos. Also, where you get roll-ups, again, that's a layering, scaling mechanism. And there's been progress towards roll-ups on Bitcoin over the last few months, which I think are very, very promising. If you can have a rich L2 ecosystem on top of Bitcoin, that could perhaps be, the holy grail. Why does ETC have value? I mean, it's essentially because it is a unique positioning of proof of work and smart contracts, where Bitcoin, Litecoin, Doge have only value transfers, and all of the other smart contract platforms are proof of stake, which to our view is inferior. This is just a little observation that many people maybe have not thought about, which is that you have this division of powers within proof of work systems, which is not the case for proof of stake, in that the miners are outside of the ledger itself. So if you have a scenario where you have some horrific attack going on, you do have the nuclear option of changing the proof of work algorithm. On the proof of stake side, the stakers are within the ledger and you can't get rid of them. If you fought, they're still going to be there. There is no escape. Going to go through a lot of this. Something which was really quite surprising happened a few weeks ago, which was on one of the calls or discussions on the Ethereum side, where Justin Drake, who is a researcher at the Ethereum Foundation, said something which was quite sort of amazing, which was, maybe we don't need decentralization anymore. Perhaps decentralization was just this bootstrapping mechanism to get to a place where you have what they call credible neutrality. What you will see in a number of proof of stake ecosystems, this idea of community consensus. So it's like, well, what is Ethereum? What is any of these other platforms? And the answer is whatever the community would like that to be. So whenever you have proposals, decisions on the plate, anything's up for grabs, really. Whatever is popular is what can happen. So on Ethereum, for example, there is a roadmap which looks to me like decades worth of work of potential things that they could be doing. And then over that time, you know, more and more things come in, and you know, you really have no answer as to what is done, what is good enough, what is finished. And I think it's really a contrast that you have between very much a Bitcoin philosophy of saying, well, you know, here's the goal is an immutable ledger, and that it should be maximally censorship resistant, and it should be secure. And really, you know, this path to ossification of saying, well, you know, have we got something which is good enough? Great, let's stop and carry on higher layers. Or the alternative is a moving target. And if you don't have clear scope on a project, it will just go on forever and ever. You know, it's like a parliament. If you have a parliament and you have politicians, the politicians want to be doing things, and they will be forever doing things, and it never ends. And that really isn't a good basis for an immutable base layer. So yeah, you know, there's really that key innovation that you have on Bitcoin, which is sound internet money, and then ETC on top of that is really adding the ability to build arbitrary applications so that you have not just unstoppable money, but you have an unstoppable application platform. And yeah, you know, security really in proof of work blockchains is really about trust minimization, and the key reason for that is you know, is to put yourself in a defensive position where your rights cannot be abused, irrespective of what situation you are within. And you know, immutable blockchains are our escape, our counter to that kind of level of control. Many proof-of-stake systems end up not being as censorship resistant as proof-of-work systems. The reason, primarily looking at Ethereum, being is that for staking, you have to keep a node up all the time. You know, you have to be, you know, it's almost like a job, right, to run a staking node. And many people can't do that, so they find services that provide that for them. So you end up with something which is very custodial, even when it comes to liquid staking pools. So yeah, 3 pillars of Ethereum Classic: proof of work, fixed monetary policy, and smart contracts. Haven't really talked a lot about monetary policy, but you know, fixed supply, very key, very important, and yeah, many people say proof of work is, you know, waste of energy, inefficient, and so on. That's absolutely not the case. The unforgeable costliness of that mining work is the value proposition. And I thank you.
Thank you, Bob. 然后 next, 我看 I see you already. Mr. Shai from Kaspa. Welcome, Shai.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here. And I'm here to talk about Kaspa. Now, how many of you have actually heard about Kaspa? I'm very curious. Like, seems like most of you haven't, which is great news because it seems we have a lot of room for growth. So I'm here to talk about, if I talked about everything I wanted to say about Kaspa, will be a whole day. So I'm concentrating today about what makes Kaspa decentralized, why it is so uniquely decentralized, and more than that, what makes it appeal to miners, and how we address the stress, the tension between designated hardware and decentralization. So Kaspa, for those of you who don't know, is a proof of work, pure proof of work, which is able to solve the scalability issue. We are able to run at very large throughputs of thousands of transactions per second with very high block rates on affordable hardware, purely on the layer 1. This is a snippet of a live demonstration. This is actually, if you go look for the KGI, you could see this. Each one of these is an actual block created in real time and ordered in real time. So this is a bit about our performance. But as I said, I want to talk about what makes Kaspa decentralized. So I'm gonna later, if time permits, talk about more about these decentralization properties. But essentially, we have the Nakamoto consensus, and the entire development is driven by the community. There is no foundation, there is no company, and the coin was fair launched, so there is no a single entity that holds a lot of the coin and makes all of the decision. And there were no pre-mines and no pre-allocations. And we work a lot to decentralize the knowledge and make contributing and being involved with the coin as accessible as possible for anyone who wants to be a part. And we also work hard to make the nodes run on cheap hardware so that anyone could run a node. And the two features I'm going to talk about the most is that we decentralize the mining itself, how we do that, and how we made sure that there is a very good coin spread despite being very ASIC friendly. I think centralizing the mining and centralizing the coin spread are the two greatest objections to why ASICs harm decentralizations. So we spend a lot of time thinking about how we could address this. So how do ASICs contradict decentralization? So the metric I'm going to talk about is what we call the revenue delay. Essentially, it means how long a miner would have to wait before they start to see block, before they start to see a profit. So the hardware entry barrier, which I will just call HEB, is essentially what fraction of the global hash rate you would need to see a block, say, daily. And so the three tenets of how ASIC centralized mining is that you have a high HEB for solo mining and for pool mining and for poor coin spread. So this measure, the HEB, how long you have to wait before you see any profit, it's calculated a bit differently for pooled mining and solo mining. So I'm going to start with solo mining, and in this case, it's very simple. It's essentially, the HEB is essentially the block delay over how many blocks are produced a day. So for example, if you have a block once an hour, say, then to see a block once a day, you would need 1/24 of the entire hash rate. So how does it look on different coins? So starting with Bitcoin, the block delay is 600 seconds. So if you do the math, you see that to see a daily block, you would need about 0.7% of the entire global hash rate. Stated differently, it means that in Bitcoin, the Bitcoin network can support at most 150 different solo miners or mining pools that see a daily income. In Litecoin, you have 4 times as much. In Dogecoin, you'd have 10 times as much, and it's just a direct calculation of the block delay. In Ethereum Classic, you'd have 40 times as much. In Kaspa, right now Kaspa runs on 1 block per second, you would see 600 times as much than in Bitcoin. And when we go to 10 blocks per second, which we already successfully did in the testnet, we'd get 6,000 times as much. So the Kaspa network can hold up to 900,000 solo miners or mining pools that have daily income. So this is our solution for the first pillar, for iHeb for solo minings. Now, in pooled mining, it's a bit harder to calculate, but essentially what governs it is the fees. The higher the fees, the more you would have to accumulate before you cash back. Because if you cash back too early, then most of your revenue is going to be wasted on fees. So essentially, in the long run, in the limit where the fees become dominant over the block rewards, the cost of a single transaction becomes pretty much proportional, inversely proportional to the TPS. So the high transaction per second throughput is what's going to give us this low hardware barrier for pooled mining. So even if you pool, you'd still need a lot less hardware than you need in other coins. And about the poor coin spread, this is where things get a bit counterintuitive. So our goal is to have most of the coins already be in circulation before ASICs emerge, before they appear on the network. And the motivation for that is because GPU miners, first of all, because GPUs are much more accessible, and as long as you're GPU mineable, then a lot more people can get the coin. And besides that, GPU mining has much higher operational costs. So GPU miners sell more coins just to cover the costs of mining, making for better coin spread. Now, how are you going to assure that this thing happens? So first, there is the bad solution, what's called the ASIC resistance. Essentially, it means that you want to make your protocol hard to mine with ASICs. You want to make the ASICs inefficient and disincentivize ASICs. Now, I call this the bad solution because I see it as kind of a lose-lose. Because eventually, designated hardware will always win. No matter what you do, unless you keep forking and changing the algorithm, you will find that eventually ASIC mining will drive GPU mining to be non-competitive. But if you use an ASIC-resistant algorithm, you also lose all the benefits of ASIC mining. You lose the high stability. You use the fact that GPUs can still be used to attack the network. If a GPU is 10 times or 50 times less efficient, then yeah, you wouldn't mine with it, but they could be helpful for attacking the network. If GPUs are 10,000 times less efficient, then they couldn't even help you in a surge, in a momentary attack. And also, you just want to have this good CapEx-OpEx ratio. You want most of the costs of mining to be capital and not operational, because then when you reach the regime where fees are dominating the rewards for mining, you would want miners to be incentivized to keep mining. And you don't want to make it profitable to shut down the machines just because it costs a lot of money to keep them running. So the solution we came up with is what we call the rapid emission schedule. Essentially, we start with an algorithm which is very ASIC friendly, but we modified it just a little bit so all the existing hardware, including FPGAs and GPUs, couldn't mine it yet, counting on the fact that by the time the hardware is created, most of the coin is already in circulation. And we tried to emulate the Bitcoin schedule. We wanted that by the time ASICs appear, we say 70 or 80% of the coin is already in circulation. And for that, we designed this emission schedule. There were 6 months of a fixed rate. And then we went on this very rapid down curve of we essentially reduced the block rewards by about 5% every month, which accumulates to 50% a year. As of now, more than 70%, I think, has already been in circulation. And essentially, we are just about the same as Bitcoin in this sense, that ASICs started to become available for retailers around 65–70%. Yeah, so this is the emission curve. So this is how we address these 3 issues. So to recap, what I'm saying is that high BPS and high TPS are both crucial to have decentralized ASIC friendliness and decentralized mining. The TPS you can also achieve by layer 2 solutions, but if you want the decentralized solo mining and you want small pools, then you must have high BPS. And the rapid emission is our answer to coin spread. And some other benefits of Kaspa to miners are, first of all, the reliable revenue. All I talked about is how long you would wait on average, but there is also this issue of variance, because you could have enough mining equipment to mine a block once a day, but if the block rate is very small, then you would see large fluctuations. One day you see 3 blocks, and then you don't see a block for a week. So miners actually have to take a larger margin of error if they want to not find themselves not obtaining any revenue for a long time. And the high sample rate we have due to the high block rate greatly reduces this variance. So it gives even more leeway. And the fact that there are no orphans means that there are no wasted blocks. So 100% of the work done by the miners actually benefits the network. And 2 works in progress one is that the asynchronous structure of DAGs seems to provide new and better ways to combat MEV. And it seems also that since we have parallel blocks and the way you choose transaction is randomized, it smooths out a lot of the kinks in the Bitcoin fee market and creates a much healthier fee market and a much better equilibria for mining strategies. So just in a nutshell, other ways in which Kaspa is decentralized. So first of all, we have an continuously increasing community, which is crucial because we are community driven. So you can see we have a lot of wallet downloads. Here on this graph, you can see how the hash rate grew on the first days. So it took, in the first weeks, we were like, will we ever get to a giga hash rate? And within 2 months, we were already at 4 tera. So we've seen a lot of engagements. And this slide says that the current hash rate is 20 petahash, but actually it's been a week since I made it, and now we're already on around 24 petahash. So we see that as of now, the hash rate keeps growing tremendously. And the thing we also need, because we are community driven, we don't have a foundation, we don't have a budget for marketing and development, we get developers from the community. And people join us for the intrigue of the tech and because they believe in the tech, and we see that our community is growing. Devs are joining, programmers, content creators. Even this beautiful presentation was made by a community member, which has a personal stake in Kaspa. And all the decisions are made by the community through a voting process. The projects that are funded through community funding, which goes to community funds. These funds are not controlled by any of the original contributors. They go to multi-sig wallets whose treasurers were chosen in a poll by the community. And everything is completely community driven. And we have integrations and marketing fund and a lot of core development. And we work very hard to make everything work on very cheap hardware. As I said, we ran 3,000 TPS on an open permissionless network. With constant storage, people joined and participated in this experiment running on hardware, which is $100 or $150 expensive cost. So it's really open for everyone. And I'm a bit over time, but that's the last slide. The one thing we also try to do all the time is to decentralize the knowledge. We try to make everything we do peer-reviewed and published or open to discussion in various forums. We engage the community all the time, educate people, make a lot of knowledge available, spend a lot of time training and mentoring new developers and bringing them into the fold. And we see people that came from the community are now doing the most complicated things. They develop the consensus code and become really a huge part of what we're doing. And it decentralizes the fact that we don't want to have only 3 or 4 people who are able to manage this code, and so increase that circle and make sure that there isn't a single point of failure in our process. So that's all I wanted to say about Kaspa. If you have any more questions, you can find me around. I will be glad to talk to any of you, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shai. And next, we'll have Paul Wagner from Filecoin Foundation, and he's going to tell us how to make money from the Filecoin economy. Welcome, Paul.
Good morning, everyone. That's me. Mostly looks like me. Thank you to Bitmain for inviting me to talk about a number of things, but specifically also a new product that they have launched, and we are expanding on that product, and we're working towards actually some serious advancements in the Filecoin ecosystem, specifically what we've all been waiting for, which is like Filecoin in a box, ready to go, much easier to set up than some of the previous configs we've worked with around the world. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we make money, how you can make money if you're willing to part with a fair amount of money to set up the CapEx and run your infrastructure in a data center. Real quick, I'm going to just poll the crowd. How many people here have heard of Filecoin? Please raise your hand. Okay. How many people here are operating a tier 2 or above data center? Okay, a few. And how many people here have any experience in the storage industry, specifically data storage? Okay, we've got 1, 2. Okay, so I'll tailor it a little bit. I'll try and focus a little bit more at the high level. I will also open it up to questions. I'm happy to be that the crowd is a little smaller than normal. Okay, so I'm from the Filecoin Foundation. My name is Paul Wagner. I have about 15 years of experience both in building infrastructure and a lot more in selling it. I actually started my career at Sun Microsystems, which built the original NFS file system, and then moved on to ZFS and opened that to the community. And I know that's relatively supported, and I see it in a lot of open source infrastructure projects around the world. And I'm from Austin, Texas. Are there any Texans in the house? I know there was yesterday. There was a bunch of them on stage. So happy to see that Bitcoin has made a strong presence into Texas. Okay, there is a journey of storage. This may be a little boring to some. It's exciting if you've ever worked with large hard drives that were once maybe the size of me, at least in height, and could store maybe less than your iPhone from 10 years ago. We move through this journey. We get somewhere in the 80s where networks become far more prevalent, data storage starts to increase, fiber channel, which is a standard that is still in use, and iSCSI are basically the gold standard still in a lot of data center deployments. Those deployments require a fair amount of skill to set up, but once they're set up, I like to say that these pieces of technology that tie together storage networks in a data center are very stable and bulletproof, in that the only thing you traditionally have to do, at least from a data storage business, is replace the disks and ensure that your internet capacity is stable. A little bit different from Bitcoin mining in that the hardware that you tend to implement is 40 years bulletproof and also much more stable because we are storing non-ephemeral data, which requires a higher level of service level agreement, which some of you here probably do enforce for your Bitcoin mining infrastructure. But from the storage standpoint, it's incredibly important because if a customer cannot access their data or you lose their data, you're either going to see them in court or you're going to pay them a lot of money and then you're going to go out of business. Or they'll come help you find your wallet in a back alley, which I have never seen, but it could happen. Now, we get to what I like to call the tipping point for data storage, and that is the cloud services. Those start to come into play both with Amazon starting their cloud services internally, releasing them in 2006. You see a lot of standardization from the object storage start to come into play in around 2010. How many people here have used Amazon S3, Azure Blob, Tencent, Huawei? Those services work. They're amazing. But we're going to talk about why they're not great, because everybody's seen their cloud bill and they've either had to go to the CTO and the CFO and explain how they're going to save the company money. Now, we get into the blockchain industry. Filecoin starts off in 2014. We started off with our original network, which is the IPFS network. Quick show of hands, who here has used IPFS? A few. IPFS is a community-supported network. I like to call it something like Google runs their DNS. We do actually give out grants for people to run those nodes, but we built the Filecoin network to actually have an incentive layer built in, and that was started and launched in 2020. I want to talk a little bit about the global storage market. It's important because that's the industry that we're in. It has a large TAM, and it's a growing TAM. The compounded annual growth rate's somewhere around 10 to 15%, depending on the year. So it'll effectively double every 5 years. Most of it is currently represented in North America. I do see that percentage shrinking every year by about 2%. So the global storage footprint is growing outside of North America more. And the rest of the world represents about 52%. Probably this year it'll be closer to 55%. I would say APAC in that pie chart, specifically the East Asia PAC market, represents somewhere between 40 and 60% of that blue area. So there is a large data demand here. Data center capacity is expanding, and the one difference I will say, and we'll talk about this, is that internet connectivity here is usually at a minimum of 3 times more than in North America or Europe. I want to talk a little bit more about how we break down the storage market. There is basically 2 types of markets, whether they're in a data center or in a cloud instance, and that would be the warm storage market or the cold storage market. Specifically, we call that archive. The Filecoin network in its current design is built for archive storage needs, so people tier storage to our network for infrequent access. Retrievals tend to be 1 to 2 times per month. When we talk about storage and why people would want to switch or what causes them to switch, it's always cost. And these diagrams, I think people have seen them before, but these are based on spot rates, but this is 1 terabyte per month, stored in this case, Tencent Cloud, both in Beijing and Hong Kong. The blue line represents the monthly storage costs without actually paying for any of the egress fees. Now, you've stored the data, and now you want to request it back. This is where they've won. It is very difficult to get your data out of these environments without paying large fines. You can bring these down by about half if you're actually storing much more data than this, but we're going to show in the next slide about how costly this really adds up if you're a large aggregator of storage. When you get to North America, those prices come down a little bit because in general we have lower internet costs, but these cloud providers, specifically Amazon, are very good at ensuring once your data is in, it is very costly. The reason that it's much cheaper here, 24 versus $1, I bet is there anyone from AWS in the house? No. AWS East Ohio uses tape storage. Tape storage is the cheapest storage on the planet. It still works. It is our largest competitor. But you can see they still account 99% of your bill in that case is still paying for the data coming out. Where Filecoin fits and we compete with, we have a couple of what I like to call edge providers. Those are specifically Wasabi and Backblaze. I like to put up USC libraries there because I believe it's actually a really good school, and a couple people from Bitmain went to USC. Filecoin, usually in the clearing price around the world, we're around $5. That's a pretty standard price. The COGS on that for a storage provider tend to be between $2.50 to $3, so there's a very good markup there. It's dependent on the region, how you negotiate those data center contracts and the type of hardware that you're running. Now, let's talk about when you're storing a lot of data, what these bills look like, and why a CFO comes down to the CTO and says, why are our data center bills so high and why have they increased so quickly? And it's often because somebody in a DevOps instance is trying to do something new and they're not in charge of the cloud bill. They egress a petabyte of data over a month and then they're paying somewhere between, even on a negotiated rate, you're not going to get this down by more than half. I think everyone here knows that if you don't pay attention to your bills, what can happen to them? They increase very quickly. And that is specifically true in the storage industry because they've locked in your data and they are going to charge you a lot of money for it because they know you need to get it out. These other tier providers from Wasabi to the Filecoin network tend to work on a fixed fee rate. They utilize contracts that have what we call fair usage policies. So if you decide to egress more than a petabyte in a month or a year, they might charge you more. But in general, there is a large market for these types of services where costs are predictable, services are predictable. They may not be equal in quality to the major cloud providers, but they don't necessarily need to be because the retrieval requirements are far less. Now, when we talk to customers, the number 2 priority is always geography. This is a representation of the Filecoin storage providers on the network. There are some gaps in that map. I would love to see people take on or even talk to me after this why there are not instances there. But we do see large deployments, as you can see, in North America, Europe, and we have a lot of concentration in Asia Pacific. Specifically moving towards down Southeast Asia, Hong Kong and Singapore, we have a large presence because of the tier 3 data center capacity in those regions and the prices. Malaysia, Indonesia, and even Thailand specifically as well. And why is it important? People want to audit their data, they want to know where it is. Often when you're storing data for even an academic institution anywhere in the world, they require it be within the 4 walls of the country, hands down. And we can prove that because the storage providers on the network are, some are anonymous, but the ones that are non-anonymous are the ones that are doing real paid deals, and they actually have contracts in that region. People know the directors of the business, there's phone numbers. So there is an anonymous portion of our network, but most of it is done on a B2B level. Features, very important. This is where we win. Filecoin has a content-based addressing system. We could talk about that in length, but this is a slide we use to show the difference between the providers. It is much easier to move data between providers here because we have a standard. Those block standards are much easier to transfer data between the networks. It's much harder to move data between Tencent and Azure without writing a lot of scripting, which in a DevOps world, people don't want to write. And we have an incentive-driven mechanism, which we're going to briefly talk about here. Why would anyone store data on the Filecoin network versus Wasabi or Backblaze? It's because we use a proof called proof of space-time. If the data is not available that is indexed on the blockchain, you're slashed. So the collateral that a storage provider is posting for your stored data will be removed if they're not running 5.9 infrastructure. 5.9s would be less than 5 minutes of downtime over the course of an entire year, which I know in the Bitcoin world is crazy that anyone would need to do that, but in the data storage business, it's an absolute necessity. The reward structure is, we also have Filecoin tokens. I like to always call those a bonus, but we are able to charge fiat for our services. It allows us to pay those data center bills. It allows us to pay certain portions of the network that need to be, in some respects, currently subsidized and or pay payroll. So we have that ability to back ourselves up when the token price is depressed. The difference in running a Filecoin storage provider is relatively clear. You normally need to be in a tier 3 data center. That rack space is going to cost you at minimum $1,000 for about 4 kVA. But tier 3 data centers have air gap doors. They have security fences. There's a log when you come into the data center. It's far different than many of the Bitcoin mining infrastructure facilities I've seen at scale. The connectivity we require at minimum is usually 1 gigabit. Most people are running 10 gigabit on protected circuits. Those circuits are expensive, but they're stable, they're BGP peered, they're routed properly all around the world. What's a little bit different on the resource requirement is we can actually run OEM hardware. Now, a typical rack for a storage provider is CPUs, GPUs, and storage JBODs that tend to be SATA or SAS disks. Those costs I can talk to you about, but what we're currently working towards is a bit more of the model where it's much easier to not have to buy all these individually, and that's where we've been working with Bitmain on a product offering that's coming out. I'd say when you're running this type of infrastructure, there was some people on stage yesterday talking about how much more complex it is to run AI infrastructure. I would put us right in that category. In fact, most of the storage providers on the network also run AI infrastructure because they're in tier 3 data centers where they have the DevOps experience and the internet connectivity and the cooling to be able to run that type of infrastructure. Our ecosystem is very healthy. There's roughly 200 companies that are building products on top of our network. They're charging for their services in fiat. They might be immediately converting it to Filecoin and paying for those services. 2,000 developers. We have grants, if you have an idea. The grants are, I will say, become very stringent because we've seen a number of really good products, and we like to tell people, like, you have a lot of competitors. So you have to have a good idea to get into this ecosystem. There's a lot of DeFi people in our ecosystem. They're very smart. They come from finance backgrounds. They know what they're doing because there's a lending portion of our business. And then we have a strong APAC dominance. Looks like I've reached the end of my time. If you want to scan that, if you need to have a conversation with me, if I need to convince you to get into the storage business, I'm happy to do that. But if you want to just talk in general about the storage business, I'm happy to do that as well. I'm available on WeChat. These are my normal contacts from Telegram. I don't have my phone number on there anymore because people were calling me late. Please don't do that. And that's it. Thank you very much. 谢谢，再见。
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, thank you. And we have a surprise for everyone. It's the KS3 sales. It's a 48-hour limited time sales for our guests, our attendees. And the price is $1,900 per tea, and daily profit is $265. ROI is only 68 days. So it's 48 hours. You can place your order and enjoy the very good deal of Kaspa miner. Yay! Thank you. Okay, next is our raffle session. So we have a new rule because we don't have a lot of people on site. So I will call the names 5 times. If there are no people responding, then we'll just let the prize go and nobody wins the prize. Okay, so 有请我们抽奖箱，然后我的大领导刘博是我们彼得大陆的领导，来一起跟我抽奖。然后这次呢，我们会抽2等奖3名，奖品是 Bitmain 20万美金优惠券 ，Ampol 任意币种半价挖矿1年 ，Anti-Alpha 20万美金的免息券。So we have 3 winners for the second prize, sorry. The prizes are Bitmain coupons, $200,000, 50% off mining any currency on Ampol for 1 year, and anti-alpha interest-free coupon, $200,000. Okay, so let's go. 一张，先抽一张。我叫名字叫不到，看看啊。陈元，在吗？陈元。成员，哦不在，那下一位。Jason Lee。Jason Lee。Jason Lee not here. Okay. Okay. Oliver I don't even know how to pronounce it. Olheiser. Oliver Olheiser, not here. Okay. Gabriel Alexander? No? Gabriel Alexander? Okay. 再抽几个吧，抽10个吧，要不？抽10个吧。Okay, we'll do 10 name calls. 朱向前。朱向前没来吗？朱向前。韦洪江。韦洪江也没来吗？哦，是。华晓明，华晓明没来哦。那在最后3个，最后3个，徐曼，徐曼，徐曼没来吗？哦，欣喜老师，哦，哦，第一个嘉宾来了，欣喜老师你中奖了，啊谢谢啊，那个您就坐着吧，反正大家也都认识您了。啊，那要不欣喜老师你上来讲2句，想不想上来讲2句？啊，害羞了，算了，不要讲了。那好，那我们有1位嘉宾，要不要再抽3个？再抽3个吧，把我领导架在这个台上，不让他下去。你还是抽中1个。薛强，薛强，薛强，没有哦，最后2个 ，last two winners。Samuel Reynolds. Samuel, do you want to come up and say something? I'm so happy. I'm the happiest person in the world now. Samuel, thank you for being here. 再抽2，搞得我有点激动了。Do you want to say some remarks?
You guys should come to A, my panel next, and B, for the prizes. If you're hungover, no excuse, just come out.
Thank you, Samuel. Okay, last 2 because we have got 2 winners. 陶毛温，没有啊，在最后一个，如果没有就没有啦。Fabian Kodik, he's a speaker. Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. He's not here. Thank you so much. We have one more. Okay, one more. Lucky. What's your name? We'll just call your name.
I'm sorry, it's not you.
李丽没有啊，李丽，哦，李丽，是你吗？李丽，哇，好开心啊！我们有3位 winner， 哇，真的是很开心。您把 name tag 拿着，到时候到我们签到台去验奖，然后您简单讲2句。不讲了啊，害羞了。谢谢我的领导刘博陪我一起抽奖，谢谢大家 ，Thank you so much。Oh, sorry, I still need to be on the stage. So next we have Matt Quinn from Nervos Foundation, and his topic is CKB, here to stay. Welcome, Matt. Okay, here you go.
This one is working. All right.
Yes, I'll take this one.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, I can hear me. All right. Thanks for everyone for coming. Good morning. My name is Matt. I lead the Nervos Foundation, and I'd like to speak to you today about CKB and its place in the blockchain industry. First, I'd like to show my appreciation for all of the miners here today. I have some Bitcoins to give away. Does anyone want these? All right, I got a Bitcoin. All right. Okay. Obviously, these Bitcoins are not real. Anyone who's been in this industry for some time will tell you about the value of knowledge in this industry. one wrong move and you're bankrupt. And this has happened to countless people, regardless of how high they're rolling. I've had the great fortune of spending the last 10 years learning about these systems. I first got interested in Bitcoin for the idea of a system of micropayments that could enable a robust digital economy. I learned about Bitcoin or Ethereum in 2015. It was a late night at a Silicon Valley hacker house, and I remember somebody telling me about how this system could decentralize the functions of governments. And their passion was compelling, but honestly, all I could think about was a generalized blockchain enabling true digital ownership of all the different assets in our world, like books and music and movies and things that used to be physical, but once they went digital, we lost the ability to actually own these things, to resell these things, and to have an economy around them. In 2016, I was fortunate enough to see the early Ethereum community up close in Consensus's office in Brooklyn. I was taken aback by hundreds of people, or about 100 people, working passionately on this groundbreaking technology. I was living in San Francisco at the time, and when I got back, I noticed all the meetups I could find were only about Bitcoin. So I started an Ethereum meetup just before the crazy bull run of 2017. We hosted thousands of attendees in our group and educated developers through an event we call Solidity Saturdays. When it comes to the story of blockchains, I really see it as Bitcoin to Ethereum to CKB. So Bitcoin was different from anything that came before it. Ethereum was also different from anything that came before it. And CKB too is different from anything that came before it. So the reasons why Bitcoin and Ethereum were different are well understood, but the reasons why CKB are not. So I'll do my best to sum it up quickly. CKB exposes an unprecedented amount of functionality of a blockchain to a developer. And CKB prioritizes flexibility. While most new blockchains we've seen have focused on scaling the throughput of a chain, CKB makes some optimizations, but overall reframes the challenge that blockchains are facing as one of flexibility rather than capacity, and puts faith in the power of abstraction to tackle anything that would come in its way. CKB evolves. It evolves at the smart contract layer, and this allows for changes to be deployed permissionlessly and in a way that won't break the system. So someone may ask, why would a developer want to think about this kind of low-level functionality? For example, the cryptography that their users are using. And the reason why is because technology adapts at an unprecedented pace. And a blockchain is not a good place for adaptation. Blockchains are not fit for constant protocol development. So CKB was built to minimize consensus-level changes and evolve at the smart contract layer. So CKB is truly novel. It's not a fork or an instantiation of an existing framework. It required a new blockchain from the ground up, and work has been going on in earnest for about 6 years now. So my introduction to Nervos was just like anyone else's. There was a question, what is Nervos? And an answer that at the time didn't make a ton of sense. And I'll try this now. So Nervos is a layered network for the future digital economy, and at the heart of it is CKB. I learned about Nervos in the summer of 2018. I was running a co-working space called Starfish Mission in San Francisco. The Nervos team took an office there, and my first what is Nervos conversation did not lead to much understanding, but fortunately for me, I did get the opportunity to learn because the team was looking for some help editing articles. I was strapped for cash because co-working spaces are terrible businesses, and I got the opportunity to learn. This is the first article that I edited, a comparison between UTXO and account model, which doesn't sound like it would be promoting a project. It's a quite jargony title, but to me this was refreshing. In 2017, I saw hundreds of projects pitch their solutions. I sat in on meetups. I read more white papers than I could count. But what I didn't see was people explaining the foundations of their technology. And what this article gets at was a foundational problem facing Ethereum at the time, and one that Ethereum does not have an answer to yet. And that is the problem of parallel transaction verification. I'll also say that I was never a fan of proof of stake. And even though CKB being secured by proof of work was an odd choice at the time, it did provide me the opportunity to sidestep all of those concerns about Ethereum and proof of stake and to work on a new smart contract platform. And to me, CKB began as a philosophical divergence from smart contract platforms at the time, and it has continued, to this day. The Nervos founders and team were also like the software developers I was used to interacting with when I had a real boring job building accounting systems, and less like the kind of rock star personas that I was seeing in crypto. In those early days, we really were a team of dreamers going against the grain, kind of pursuing this vision that we had for what should be the foundation of these blockchain systems. And while many innovators have pursued a move fast and break things approach, the approach with CKB has been quite different. And I think this cultural difference toward changes is the biggest differentiator between CKB and other smart contract platforms in the industry. CKB targets simplicity at the base layer and then moves complexity upward in the system. This is very much like how a computer works, where it's a very simple machine at its core, but you have complex software that's built on top. Moving away from this idea of move fast and break things, because there's a lot of financial infrastructure in this world that is very old. There are 40-year-old metal boxes in back rooms somewhere that are running critical systems in our world. When we talk about infrastructure, a pursuit of whatever you do, don't break anything, is much better than move fast and break things. And this may be boring for a lot of the kind of projects that we've seen in the industry with the newest DeFi or NFT kind of thing. And taking this approach where the base layer is quite simple does entail a lot of work, but to me, CKB makes a ton of sense. I know that the comprehension of what is exciting about CKB is not very well understood, even in the most technical of circles. And so I'll go through now what I see. So proof of work was a strange choice, I think, when CKB was started in 2018. But ironically, it is one of its greatest strengths. It's orders of magnitude harder to bootstrap a proof of work chain versus proof of stake. And almost all smart contract platforms are secured by proof of stake, so proof of work is a big differentiator for CKB. Also, because proof of work is objective, it can be verified by users. They can connect directly to the network without a need for intermediaries that can censor them and lock them out. Additionally, miners provide a valuable check in the balance of power, and the Nervos community is so much stronger because of miners that have joined its ranks. Additionally, RISC-V. So CKB uses a RISC-V virtual machine, which is a computing standard. It's a chip architecture, and it allows for common programming languages and tools to be used, even open source libraries that are just out there. Recently, Apple and Google announced support for the passkey standard. Just today, Microsoft announced support for this standard, and it allows users to create private keys inside their devices themselves, and these are not like mnemonic words that can be lost or compromised by someone else. The keys always stay within the device. And with CKB, it can adopt this standard easily using off-the-shelf open source libraries. So CKB benefits from the work of an industry and not just a small group of passionate believers. Additionally, quantum resistance has been tested. So CKB can be held through quantum-resistant cryptography, and it is out of the reach of tomorrow's quantum computers if users choose to use those wallets. Additionally, any blockchain's wallet can be supported. So recently, D.ID has been issuing digital IDs to users of any blockchain. CKB also employs a novel architecture. It's hard to explain exactly how it works, but the idea is it's more like Bitcoin and not like Ethereum. And this seems to manifest novel solutions that we haven't seen in smart contract platforms before. An example would be an NFT issuance platform that allows for almost zero-cost minting because of these architectural differences. Or the the team is pursuing a Lightning-like network that should not be encumbered by the limitations of Bitcoin. There's also this unique economic model that gets enabled here, where users can pay miners to store smart contract data. And this economic model ties the adoption of CKB to the native currency and also ensures that miners will always be compensated regardless of transaction demand. One CKB equals 1 byte of storage on the chain, which also reduces the requirements for full nodes to store the data. Lastly, the Nervos community. So a decentralized thing must be multipolar. It's how you get a balance of power and you get robust decision-making through disagreements. And the Nervos community is truly global and multipolar. It has emerged over time. We've had a band of believers that have been that have come together and all believe in CKB. Some in the East, some in the West, each with their own community, their own beliefs, and but unique in their own right. I'll say the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones that do. A quote from Steve Jobs. It's been a long path with CKB, but fortunately there have been a number of validation points that we've seen across the industry. First, proof of work. So KPMG and other major players have publicly stated now the societal benefits of proof of work. Ethereum abandoned sharding and now describes itself as a layer 1 for layer 2, very similar to CKB. Account abstraction is a new buzzword, and we're seeing more and more chains hard forking in new cryptography because of user demand. This is exactly what CKB was built for. Even the Bitcoin community is becoming concerned about the size of the blockchain due to the growth of ordinals. Again, bounding the state is something that CKB was meant to address. We're seeing more and more projects see the benefit of RISC-V. On the subject of light nodes, the largest Ethereum node provider, Infura, has recently announced plans to decentralize, anticipating regulation, while CKB has been designed to always allow users to connect directly to the network. CKB is a long shot. It's a top 200 coin. It always has been. But long shots are okay. I don't see any problem here. Bitcoin was a long shot. The home computer was a long shot. Long shots are the things that can change everything. At the heart of any successful open source project is an idea, a statement, a thesis about the world as it is and how it can be. And in Nervos, I see this. I've been so surprised to see so many people have a similar light bulb moment to me that I had 5 years ago. And I just continue to see more and more people joining this community and jumping on board because of the strength of CKB as an idea. It's a long journey, but as human beings, we're made for these kind of endeavors. I see that CKB is challenging for developers in a way that Ethereum is not. However, teams building in the ecosystem express that things just work, things are well documented, and they're excited about the potential of this platform. The solutions that I see being built on CKB just cannot be built anywhere else. And this gives me confidence that we will see network effects take place. I'll end by calling back to an experience of WDMS 2019. I remember being a regular guy, walking in the door, paying cash, and frantically walking around trying to find GPU miners to mine CKB and secure the chain for a safe launch. Looking around, I'm humbled by how far our community has come. But also humbled by the size of our ambitions. Satoshi's issuance schedule stretched far beyond that of a human lifetime. And more than any other smart contract platform I can think of, CKB has been designed with this in mind. Today, I have the fortunate role of leading a small group of self-starters, and my role has always afforded me time to keep up with all of the R&D in the industry. With each passing day, I become more and more convinced of CKB's merit and its place in the industry. I want to thank Bitmain for being fans of CKB. I'm enormously grateful for that. And thank everyone for your attention. If any of this has been interesting to you, I suggest checking out the wonderful Nervos community and running CKB. Thank you.
Thank you。下一个呢，就是我们本场上午场的最后一个环节，是一个 panel。那这个 panel 的圆桌主题叫做 BTC Digital Gold Takes on a New Lifetime。We have the General Manager of Bitmain Marketing Xmei Lin, NFT artist Song Ting, CEO of Luxor Technologies Nick Hansen, and Chen Xuzhang, co-founder of BEVM Foundation。这次呢，我们的 host 是 Samuel Reynolds。Let's welcome them.
We need one more. Here. Why don't we just get started? Well, oh, hey guys. So it's been a pretty wild year in Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin started the year at 16,000, and right now, according to the CoinDesk Bitcoin indices, we're just above 26,000 right now. So it's a crazy, crazy year. And hopefully during this panel, we'll discuss what happened this year, what's going on next year, and why Bitcoin is the greatest store of value ever created, digital gold. So with me are some pretty smart people to talk about this topic. So let's do a quick intro, say who you are, where you're from, and what was your favorite thing to happen in Bitcoin this year.
It's my honor to be here, and thanks Sam's introduction. My name is Ting Song. I'm now the only crypto artist collected by a National Museum. My most exciting things happened last year will be that last year my AI NFT themes won 22 Global Film Festival awards, but no Oscar now, not yet. And I mean all of them on Bitcoin. Only their posters because of the limits of technology. That's all.
My name is Nick Hansen. I'm the CEO of Luxor. We're mostly known for Bitcoin mining pools, but we do build all sorts of other things as well, like firmware and derivatives and financial products. But the most exciting thing that happened in 2023 is obviously ordinals. Ordinals are still kind of the topic du jour for Bitcoin. There's a big resurgence, basically driving transaction fees, and there's a lot of debate around whether ordinals are good for Bitcoin or bad for Bitcoin. But that's certainly my highlight, and I think that that's something we'll probably talk about a lot more.
Thanks everyone. I'm Xmei Lin. I'm the general manager of Bitmain. And so happy to see a lot of old friends again in this WDMS. And thanks for coming to attending WDMS and to see our launch of S21. Because we hold the World Digital Mining Summit every year, so it's so nice to see you again, and hope to see every one of you in the next year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonic Zhang. I joined the blockchain industry in 2017. And I started two crypto funds. One is called ValueNet Capital, and we invested into a series of ICOs back then. And then I started another fund in 2018 called Ledger Z Capital, and we invested into a series of security token offering infrastructures. Right now, I'm focusing on building infrastructures on Bitcoin ordinal system, and I created the protocol, which is a token protocol called ORC Cash. And hopefully that will bring all the craziness of ICO and STO from Ethereum to Bitcoin. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Chen Xuzhang, one of the co-founders from BEVM Foundation. And BEVM is a fully decentralized and EVM compatible Bitcoin layer 2. So actually we have been in Bitcoin layer 2 since 2018, and we have created our first Bitcoin layer 2 named ChainX based on Substrate. At that time, there's no Ordinals protocol, no BRC20 tokens, so no dApps, no applications, and also no DeFi protocols on it. So what users can do is just bridge your Bitcoin from the Bitcoin network into ChainX, then use the bridge the Bitcoin to mine our own tokens. And at that time, there are about 100,000 Bitcoin bridged from the Bitcoin network into ChainX. So at that time, we know that the Bitcoin layer 2 is a future and is a new narrative. However, at that time, the technology is not very mature, and also there is not many new users coming. So that earlier this year, with the emergence of Ordinals protocol, we have recreated a new Bitcoin layer 2 named BEVM. We hope we can make the Bitcoin ecosystem more prosperous than Ethereum's. And now the BEVM is still in Canaro network, and we are planning to launch our mainnet early next year. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic, excellent. So let's start with Bitcoin ordinals, right? So some of the Bitcoin maxis would claim that ordinals are a pollution on the blockchain as they take up lots of space. That being said, though, right, in this crowd, I don't think you would find that same idea because they are great for miners. So let's start there, right? How have Bitcoin ordinals, helped the blockchain over the last, 6-9 months? And why is the idea that they are a pollution on chain stupid? Let's start with you.
In my opinion, because my role is very special inside the industry, I'm an artist. From my own perspective, I would say that if we have to build a civilization on Bitcoin, there will be not only one function about financial and value storage. There must be some other things happen, such as culture. So from the cultural side, I'm really looking forward to some real unique innovation instead of only Ethereum NFT storage, which I think boring now for me. And yeah, so if we could find our way that a kind of art could represent who we are, more geeky, more nerdy, not a negative word, more native and more cryptoist. I think it's a good way for Bitcoin to have a cultural ecosystem. Meanwhile, have a very positive image to the public world. Because we are now living in a crypto world with very rapid development, but we are still a small corner of the whole world. To the outsider world, we need a very strong philosophy and a very positive image who are taking social responsibility for them all. So art may be a way, and for me, I'm doing some 3D.js WebGL library. I don't think it's smart contract, but yeah, Ordinals now supporting some GPEG like NFTs, but I don't think it's good enough. I think if we could do some Bitcoin on-chain real art innovation, that would be a good way.
Okay, for sure. So Nick, from your perspective, looking at these mining pools and ordinals, for you guys, what's the big benefit and perk?
Yeah, so ordinals drive up transaction fee. It's bottom line. I mean, they take up a bunch of space, but so that means that the mempool gets filled up. There's more demand for block space, which means transaction fees go up. Miners love ordinals. Basically, it causes this transaction fee to, as it increases, that ends up going through the mining pool to other, to the miners. So we actually have done a couple things. So we kind of optimized for picking up more ordinals. We also allow larger transactions into our mempool than other pools. That allows us to take up some of these ordinals that other mining pools are not able to get, which come with a very attractive fee. So Luxor's been able to acquire more transaction fee per on average than other pools, just because of the way that we optimize for these ordinals. To your point about whether they're pollution or not, I'm kind of the guy. I'm one of the folks that says if the network allows it, if it's a valid transaction, then who am I to say whether it's pollution or not? It is a valid transaction, and so if it is broadcast, I guess it's considered valid by Bitcoin. So I'm fine with that. Yeah, so I think ordinals have been overall a very net positive for Bitcoin. I mean, it's allowing all of these awesome protocols to be built, and I'll let you guys start talking about that.
Okay, my turn, okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I'm from the mining industry, so I just talk from the mining perspective. Very interesting, and this year in BTC Prague, I think the summit in June this year, I have a dinner with Michael Saylor and some other Bitcoin evangelists. You know, people, they all have different ideas. But at that dinner, I think Michael Saylor and me and other guys will have a very positive attitude on ordinals because it makes Bitcoin ecosystem, Bitcoin community more prosperous. And when we talk about pollution, I think it's because some people criticize it and people may, you know, write some not very valuable things in the Bitcoin. But I think it's freedom market. So market will finally give, you know, the final result, the final answer, right? From the mining perspective, a very interesting is in this year, I think at May, one day we suddenly found that the profit of the mining per miner increased a lot. But the Bitcoin price, you know, at that time is still not very good. Then we found, oh, it's a benefit of ordinals and thanks for the prosperous of BTC community, the BRC22. So I think it's a very good signal for the mining industry. And if mining industry want to last more than 20, 30, and more than 100 years, we must support the ordinals and BTC community, BTC ecosystem. We need people, more people use Bitcoin, more people support Bitcoin. And then mining industry can last, I think, for a very long time, yes.
For sure. So I guess what you're saying is that despite Bitcoin's low price, despite, you know, the bear market right now, ordinals are a way to ensure that miners don't have that same pain point, right?
Yeah, correct.
There's more
Yeah.
value extracted from each cycle, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Very good. Sonic, I know you've got lots to say about this. Let's hear it.
All right. I think you're spot on when you say the people in this room should support this because all the miners are actually the biggest beneficiaries of the ordinals ecosystem, right? Every time we create a ordinals, we upload an instruction to the Bitcoin network, we pay a transaction fee. Whether that's big or small, that's going to increase the revenue of all the miners in this room. And as Xiaomei said, I think that's the long-term revenue that we will see after several halvings down the line. And I think in May this year, there's a historical event where the transaction fee is actually gone over the block reward of 6.25, right? We see blocks with 7 Bitcoin transaction fees that essentially double the revenue of the miners if they mine that block. That means they might have 10x their profit just by mining blocks that contains a lot of transaction fees. So I think miners actually should think, where does this narrative of, oh, this is a pollution, this is an attack to Bitcoin came from? They came from a small group of people, namely the Bitcoin core team, that's trying to control the narrative of the Bitcoin, right? They're advertising for Bitcoin digital gold without any utility. They just want you to hold it and doesn't want you to actually use it. But ordinals actually enable everybody to start using Bitcoin. And that's going to create huge demand and mass adoption of the Bitcoin network itself. So if you are a miner, in the future, there might be a point where you need to decide, are you going to be supporting ordinals, or are you going to stay with the narrative of Bitcoin like digital gold and just worry about the 3.125 Bitcoin that you will mine after the next halving? I think all the miners actually should come together and start an ecosystem fund and start investing into all those developers in the ordinals ecosystem. You give them $100,000, they might come up with $1 billion idea that's going to create huge transaction fees on the Bitcoin network itself, and all the miners will benefit from that. So, yeah, that's my opinion on whether that's a pollution or not.
Fantastic, thanks. What do you think?
Can't agree with you guys more. Yeah, first we think it's benefit for miners, and the second also for common users, because as Sonic told, common users will not hold Bitcoin, right? Because maybe it is useless for them. However, with the emergence of audience protocol, they can use Bitcoin to pay for gas, and then they can also hold other BRC20 tokens. And then many users come into the ecosystem, and so that miner builders will focus on the ecosystem. They will try to understand why there are many new users come into a Bitcoin ecosystem. Because as before, most of the users and also developers are not in Bitcoin network, but Ethereum's. We know that, right? So this time, many users come in, and also many builders. For example, we and also Sonic and also other protocols will try to know more about the Bitcoin ecosystem, and also we will try to know what we can develop on Bitcoin network. And also we have communicated with some investors. They are also very interested in Bitcoin ecosystem now. And for example, you are a common user now. You have many BRC20 tokens. You have bought many BRC20 tokens. And what's the next step for you? Hold, or you want to sell it at a high price, right? So where to sell? The first place is the centralized exchanges, and the second is the decentralized exchanges. So there is a new demand of the Bitcoin layer 2, because you can directly bridge all of these assets and add liquidity or sell these tokens into it. And also, all of the transactions happen on Bitcoin layer 2 will also generate more transactions submitted to the Bitcoin network. And also the miners will get more new revenues. It is a closed cycle in our minds. So yeah, we think Ordinals is, it is a great step. He introduced the new life for Bitcoin network.
Okay, for sure. Because like right now, retail interest in Bitcoin is pretty low. If you look at the exchange volume, it's not high at all. Everyone says that what will change this is the ETF in the US. However, you know, the SEC could say no, they could delay it, or in fact, when it's approved, they could just not get interested. So like, do you guys see another narrative here? Do you think that ordinals is how you bring back retail to Bitcoin? Because right now, you know, the traders of Bitcoin are largely institutions, family offices, so on and so forth. Retail's gone. Can ordinals fix this? Let's start with you.
Yes, I think it can bring more retails into the network, because in our minds, also most users are in Ethereum. And why? Why users come into Bitcoin or come into Ethereum? The biggest pain point for them is that the benefit, right? They want to get profit from the ecosystem. However, now you can see the Ethereum layer 2. There are more than 30 Ethereum layer 2 in it, and the users now the gas price of Ethereum is always maintaining less than 10. It is a terrible number. Early this year, the gas price of Ethereum is always more than 30. So you know that users are really feel boring in Ethereum, and also they can't get revenue in Ethereum ecosystem. So why they come into Bitcoin ecosystem? Because there is audience protocol. First, you can really launch your own token on the Bitcoin ecosystem, and the second, you can also buy some tokens in a very early stage. Even it not launched in a DEX. In Ethereum, it is more like an IDO in my mind, yeah. And also on account of the features of the Bitcoin network, it is POW, right? So it can't be regarded as a stock, as a chalk, yeah. So I think it is the best way to attract more users into the Bitcoin ecosystem.
For sure.
Yeah.
Sonic, what do you think? ETF fails. Let's pretend that it fails. How do you bring retail to Bitcoin?
Right. Even if the ETF is approved, does that mean that's going to really bring up the Bitcoin price? We never know, right? With the futures market on Bitcoin, that means people can start shorting it and short selling it, and the old financial system is going to have all sorts of manipulations on the price of Bitcoin. It doesn't guarantee a price increase. But nobody knows what's going to happen. I talked to all the miners here, and I'm hearing concerns of how to survive the next halving, right? Everybody's panicking or really tight with their cash flows, trying to get through the next halving without knowing how the price is going to predict. But what is for certain is that the ordinals ecosystem for the months that's coming to the next halving, we're going to push for more and more adoptions on the Bitcoin layer 1. And we are going to create more transactions for all the miners to benefit, and you can actually earn more Bitcoin. And stop worrying about the 3.125 and start thinking how we can actually create 10 Bitcoin transaction fees for each block so that you don't need to worry about all the halvings that's going to come after the next one. So for mass adoption, what I'm seeing the ordinals protocol bring is it sort of create this 10-minute time capsule for the entire global population to put in anything that they like, right? Could be a message for their loved ones, could be a postcard that they got from someone, and those things will be recorded in this permanent time chain for eternity when the Bitcoin network is still alive. And that's a really romantic thing. And I think that's a really good thing for all the people to have. And that's a really fun thing to do. If you inscribe something on Bitcoin, it's so easy with any tools that is available on the market today. And you can put your name, your words, your art onto a chain that will be stored by thousands of miners. And the block space itself is very valuable right now because it's limited. But imagine if we can spend that somehow. I mean, that's a tricky topic, right? Of scaling Bitcoin. But to get ordinals for mass adoption, I think that's a discussion that we will have down the line, especially after several halvings. If 2,000 transactions is all you need, then maybe we don't need to scale it. But I don't think that's going to support any kind of mass adoption down the line, in the future.
For sure. What do you think, Shimei? Do you think that there's a way to bring back retail without ETF, or is this ordinals all the way?
I understand you mentioned the ETF. We don't know the result yet, but if we really get a good result, I think it's more positive to the big investment fund and big organizations. But if we want to attract more retails, more ordinary people go back to Bitcoin, I think we need more like ordinals, Lightning, and more prosperous community. And the most important is we need to find who really needs Bitcoin. You mentioned USA. Yes, USA is a very big market, but I have a lot of friends. They are working on the Bitcoin education in Africa, in South America, because in that area, ordinary people they really need Bitcoin because it's more valuable than their local coins, the physical coin. So if we want to attract more like retails into this industry, we need to find like who really need this and go back to new areas like Africa, like South America.
So you're saying that we should focus less on Bitcoin being an asset for the world's wealthy and more about finding utility elsewhere, right? For instance, remittances in the global south like Africa, or a hedge against inflation for Argentina. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah.
Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, so first of all, ETF is going to be passed. It'll be probably in January, almost. You heard it here first. It'll probably, the next date is coming up in October. They're probably going to delay, and it'll be after the holidays, it's most likely January. So let's say that it does pass. We do have an ETF. BlackRock doesn't miss. I mean, let's be real. They didn't file it thinking like we're not going to get this done. So we're going to have an ETF. What does that mean for global adoption? Probably nothing. I mean, it does most likely increase price. I would say that definitely price will go up if an ETF comes because now there's this massive fire hose of liquidity coming into the market, and it's kind of a stamp of approval from the U.S. government. The U.S. is kind of it's kind of the dog that wags the tail of the rest of the world, unfortunately, when it comes to financial assets and the financial ecosystem. As for onboarding the masses, talking about how do we onboard 1 billion people to Bitcoin, I do think that places like Latin America, obviously, it's a great inflation hedge for them. But I think that what we really could use on Bitcoin is a stable coin. I know that's kind of a taboo subject as well, but most of the people, like we pay a lot of people in Latin America with stablecoins. They really like getting paid with US dollars. It may be, obviously US dollar has inflation problems and things like that, but the purchasing power of a dollar today is about the same as it is going to be in maybe 6 months. But a lot of the countries in Latin America and other places around the world, that's not the case with their local currency, so they really like USD. Is there a way to get a stablecoin on Bitcoin? Maybe we build it with ordinals. Maybe we do it with Taro, which is a Lightning protocol. I think that's going to be a really key unlock for bringing Bitcoin to the masses, to the first billion users of Bitcoin. So yeah, ETF is coming. It's going to make price go up, and I think if we had a stablecoin on Bitcoin, that'd be a great way for us to onboard 1 billion people.
Yeah, actually, just on the topic of stablecoin, the ORC Cash protocol is actually specifically designed to enable stablecoin to be issued on Bitcoin.
Beautiful.
And we have been working very closely with a team called Stably. They actually launched the first stablecoin on Bitcoin, Ordinals protocol. They used BRC20 before, but now they think ORC Cash is the protocol for their purposes, because we have locking, we have burning, we have all sorts of different mechanisms to actually allow projects to have flexibility with their tokens. And that's what I'm trying to enable, is projects with real utility, real assets, rights, ownerships, to issue token on Bitcoin and start raising money from it.
Okay, last month I just finished my first workshop on AI art and NFT art in Laos. And Laos Youth Studio is one of the Laos official television station. Reported as Ms. Ting Song delivered Laos country's history first ever AI on blockchain education courses. So last month there's another thing that happened, that under the UNDP support, my AI art courses went over 2,000 developing area students, especially girls. And their certificate for the courses, all of them are NFTs. So for me, I had a plan that before the Spring Festival is very important in Chinese culture, I want to deliver over 10 developing countries teenagers education program on AI art and Bitcoin art. I started with art because it's mass adoption's entrance. It's attractive and interesting and gonna have them interest involve cutting edge tech industry. And for me, there's a very important, Chen Xu just said, thank you. Why Bitcoin instead of Ether? I won ETH Toronto, I won ETH Mexico, I won ETH San Francisco as the only Asia developer leader standing on the stage. For myself, Bitcoin community has more long-term crypto holders instead of the Ethereum. There's so many hypers. And for me, if I start everything at a very, very early stage, early enough to have teenagers be educated, especially the developing countries markets, it's all new, it's all blue sea. So I may have their first courses learn from me about what is ordinal, what's Bitcoin art. Then they will choose Bitcoin, or they will treat Ethereum ecosystem and Bitcoin system as equal. So that's my plan. And Peru next month, Indonesia next month, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, November or December. And then I will go back to Tanzania and South Africa to have Africa teenagers educated from me on what AI on blockchain art is and learn more about maybe B, EVM, and Sonics, ORC Cash, some smart contract like coding language, and let them to create.
That's very cool. Wow. Okay, so looking ahead, if we want to get a stable coin on Bitcoin or on Bitcoin ICOs or more ordinals, we have to scale Bitcoin. And the idea of scaling Bitcoin is controversial, right? There's debate about that. So Sonic, we'll start with you. Scaling Bitcoin, how is it done? To get your ICOs on Bitcoin, we got to scale it. Walk us through your ideology there. What do you think?
Okay, so with the ORC Cash protocol, we're actually launching a product next week that will enable you to send Bitcoin to a specific address of a sell order to buy tokens directly. So that works exactly like ERC20 smart contracts. So just for issuance, I think it's okay with the current bandwidth. Even if you are selling to 10,000 people, that will take like a couple blocks to be processed. But if we're talking about on-chain trading, then that's going to definitely require like millions of TPS per day to enable. And actually, our protocol designed an on-chain order book that is fully decentralized and that will enable token-to-token trading. So when the stablecoin is issued on Bitcoin, they can start directly trading with other tokens. And you can sell your tokens for Bitcoin with the sell operation, and you can do swaps with other tokens with our protocol. And what I'm hoping for is, let's say, okay, we don't, right now, there's a limit of 1 megabyte, right, for the transaction blocks. You can put 4 megabyte maximum of witness data on Bitcoin. So here's the proposal. How about we don't let the Bitcoin core decide the block size, and we let each miners decide their own block size? And how we do that? If you are a miner that is willing to upgrade your mining facilities to have better storage units, to have better bandwidth, to have a faster internet speed, then you are capable of packing a bigger block and broadcast it to more nodes so that your block gets accepted. If you want to support ordinals, you need to think in terms of a data service provider rather than just stacking hash and getting the block reward. In my understanding, the proof of work, the work to me means processing transactions. But right now on BTC, it's essentially planned economy, right? A code decided that you're getting subsidies for just processing 2,000 transactions per 10 minutes. And I have an analogy that I always tell people. It's like when you have an electric car manufacturing company and you get 100 million subsidies from the government, and you have decided that you're going to only produce 100 electric cars this year. That makes zero sense to me, right? If you are getting subsidies, you should be processing more transactions. But right now, the code doesn't ask you to process those transactions. And there's millions of transactions waiting in the mempool that you can actually get those transaction fees if you can. So I think those powers should go back to the miners themselves. They, if they have proper hardwares, they can decide to pack a bigger block. And it would just become sort of a SPAC when you're setting up your mining nodes. And I think if we adopt this kind of upgrade, we will see the Bitcoin network actually start supporting more transactions. It will scale slowly along with adoptions, right? Along with the demand. We don't go too far. You can try 4 megabyte, 8 megabyte. Each miner decides your block limit. And it's totally financially driven. And there's no single set of rules that decides the output and the throughput of the network.
All right, so Nick, what do you think? This means a lot for you guys.
Yeah,
let's hear it.
So it basically will make the blockchain not usable anymore. Basically, only the biggest nodes would be able to operate that type of chain. We can see that with BSV. BSV now has it's like a 7 terabyte blockchain, meaning you need like special hardware. It's pretty. You can't actually get a 7 terabyte drive. You have to like segment it. And there's like, yeah, that is what will happen if you have those types of blocks, basically any size block, because mining pools were incentivized to run that type of hardware. But that means you'll no longer have a Bitcoin node that can be run on a MacBook, right? I have a Bitcoin node running on my MacBook upstairs. Well, anyway, and pretty much anybody here can open up any commodity hardware computer and download the whole blockchain to a regular disk. And if you allow for blocks that are basically any size, that will go away. miners are incentivized to do that. That's why we had the block size wars a long time ago, because they want to be able to gather up all that fee. But ultimately, it comes at a cost of usability and also the accessibility. So, we were talking about how do you onboard 1 billion people. If they can't run their nodes and they rely on other people to run their nodes, we start getting away from the decentralized nature of Bitcoin, relying on third parties, and you basically lose the sovereignty that that kind of Bitcoin is fostering and trying to create in the world. So that would be kind of my take on the bigger blocks and things like that.
So then it kind of looks like Ethereum, where you have most nodes on Amazon Web Services, right? Which is not decentralized; it's in the hands of the elites, I guess.
Yeah, in some way. I mean, most times when you're interacting with ETH, you're probably talking to either an Infura or Alchemy node. Infura is basically, they run ETH blockchain for MetaMask, I believe, or Alchemy, one or the other. But anyway, anytime you open up MetaMask and use ETH, you're most likely interacting with APIs that Infura hosts. And if for whatever reason Infura went down, or Infura decided they didn't want to, follow a particular fork, or process some transaction or something like that, they could make the change, and most people wouldn't basically have to kind of follow along with that. So you really aren't in control of your own destiny in that regard.
Okay, cool. All right, so in our last 5 minutes, let's use the time to look forward to next year. All right, so next year we have a few big events, the halving, for instance. We have interest rates perhaps going down, going up, who knows? So let's hear, what are you looking forward to next year, and what do you see as next year's big challenge? Go ahead.
Based on the topic we're talking about, I'm looking forward to some stablecoin actually anchor with Bitcoin. It's a very decentralized asset instead of US dollars, because we all know USDC have to report to SEC. For the second, I'm looking forward to Bitcoin culture could represent what is crypto art more instead of Ethereum ecosystem. For the third, I'm looking forward to the mass adoption, as all of us wish. Yeah.
For sure. Nick, next year, what do you think?
Yeah, so mostly just keeping an eye on the halving. Obviously, that's what most of us are talking about. I mean, I don't know if I'm per se looking forward to it per se, but it is something we all have to be thinking about and preparing for. So, getting these, highly efficient machines that Bitmain's putting out, or some of the others, trying to figure out how do you, remain profitable after the halving. If the halving happened tomorrow, you'd be looking at something like $31 a petahash per day. I don't know, there's probably not very many people in this room that would be able to operate profitably at that level, so you have to be thinking about that, like what's going to happen. So that's probably the biggest event that I'm looking forward to, and then of course the ETF, which I think is going to be a huge boon for the industry.
Yeah, for me, I think the biggest thing would be the halving. But we launched the N miners 21 Hydro and S21. So these two perfect miners will help our customers survive from the halving. Yeah.
Fantastic. Sonic, your thoughts?
Okay. I just want to respond to what Nick just said about the block size wars. Actually, my concern over the next 6 months is when ordinals get even more popular, right? When token protocols get even more adoption, and the transaction fees went to the roof, and the mine pool is just never cleared. So there is this old argument, and that always existed in the Bitcoin culture, where people say, okay, if you increase the block size, then my 2000 laptop cannot run a full node anymore. How about changing the laptop? How about buying like a 1 terabyte Seagate hard drive? It's not expensive. Like, you need to keep up with the growth of the network. You can't just say, okay, I'm going to let my laptop in 2000 set the bar for the network. Imagine that's how we run in the internet. Like, let's say, okay, Argentina internet services cannot keep up with the whole world. Let's just go to the Argentina level and doesn't upgrade to 5G and doesn't increase to optic cables, and we're going to just keep with the Argentina level. It doesn't make sense, right? We're trying to build the next infrastructure for the entire global population. We're not just setting sort of a, everybody have the rights to run a node, right? Everybody can do certain things, and it is totally decentralized. I don't think that's the purpose of Bitcoin network. I think we're building something that's going to enable everyone to use it. Running a full node is not really using Bitcoin. You can transact on it, you can have a wallet set up anytime you want, right, without KYC, AML, and that's the power of Bitcoin. So I think that is important to see in the future, rather than we let everybody run their full node on their 2000 laptop.
Okay, for sure. Last but not least, let's hear your thoughts for next year.
Yeah, so next year for us, I think the biggest problem is how to attract more builders and also users come into the Bitcoin layer 2. Right, that's the most important, because we need to verify the guarantee, verify the narrative. We need to more transactions on Bitcoin layer 2, and we have calculated that about 10% will be submitted to the Bitcoin mainnet. We hope next year maybe there will be 40 to 50,000 transactions per month submitted to the Bitcoin mainnet. This is our goal. So we think it is very, high demand for miners, and also it is a difficult task for our builders. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, guys, that was a great debate, great panel. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Sam. Thank you, Sam.
谢谢大家，今天上午的日程就结束了。我们2点钟会继续开始，大家可以稍作休息，吃一些午餐，然后咱们下午见。Our morning session has ended. You can go have lunch and take a rest. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.